Okay, I believe we should be live now. Let me know when you hear my voice, and then we will get started. Okay. Also, there's no sound for the scene. Okay, perfect. All right. Anyway, do me a quick favor and retweet that link. I'd really appreciate it. This is the finale for Fata Morgana. So if you haven't finished the last archive, I recommend you focus on that more so than this one. But if you have, let's go. Hey, Jimbo. I'm trying to remember as well. The last thing I recall from the stream was we found out that Pauline does exist, and she is the nun, and Maria is here in this world as well. Well, I do remember one other thing. I think we fell asleep. Oh boy. Thank you, Sherman. This is kind of scary. Not just the fact that we're in a situation, but where is Cassell? Okay, so that's how he surmised it. Or tried to guess it out. Okay, there's no way getting in or getting out unless you convince the swordsman. Oh, thanks for the hose, Edric. I mean, all we can really do is talk, so I hope the chat is ready for some decisions. Yeah, just like the guy in the boat. I don't think he really cares. Okay, maybe a little bit. He cares a little bit about the truth. But, like, there's an extra incentive for him. Oh, you definitely heard this before. Whoa, okay. Is this it? We started our stream with a death? Well, I was nervous. I'm a little surprised too. Right, so then, interestingly enough, and very fittingly, the story from the lessons from Mel's chapter within the finale are also applicable here. The idea of having that kind of forced identity on you and how suffocating it can be. And then that's interesting. Wow. You know, I never thought of that in the way of the Beast before. At least not in the context of Mel to the Beast. Like, yeah, how do you still do character development in the finale? Like, it's amazing how you can always find like a thread to pursue and then continue to build your characters, because it's tough, man. Well, once like an arc has finished, to find a way to still make a character grow it takes a lot of weight. Right. And at the very least, that's something the visual novel wants to say, right? That even if it seems impossible, even when characters are dead, even when time has stopped moving, people can still change. It took... God, how many hours have I invested in this now? 40? 40 hours to make that point. And we're still not done. Hang on. Yeah, that's right. Oh, man. We just started and suddenly I'm already a little teary. Yeah, yeah. In comparison to Mel, where we had like an hour and a half of his story to set up the rest of the final chapter, it is a little surprising that the swordsman doesn't go through that as well and have to talk to Pauline all about it. But I guess in a fitting way, it's also his character. Yeah. Oh, maybe we will get it. Yeah, but you know, just as we learned, facts about perspective can greatly influence how a reader sees and interprets events, right? And we've had that proven to us with two sets of stories, right? The first 4, we were given a bunch of stories, and then that was a set of facts that we could just accept, but not the full perspective of how things happened. And then the second set of stories, right? The lie, the truth, the story about Michelle and diving deeper into his death, stuff like that, right? We lose, without seeing perspective, we lose, yeah, exactly, motive and intention. And if that is absent from the story, you still don't have all the facts. So perspective is a large part of the bigger picture. And if you deny that, you also deny, I mean, I know it sounds kind of corny, but you deny a connection to people, right? If you don't get someone's perspective, you can't have the swordsman be anything other than a beast. You can't have Mel be anything other than an accomplice. And it's incredibly important to have their views in the story. Otherwise, Morgana's right? If they've never had anything other than Morgana's facts, then her hatred for them is justified. And honestly, I said so before. I was in Morgana's support when I heard her tale, right? But that's not how this is gonna end. Because if we just let it finish there, then the curse continues, and someone else has to bear the cross, right? And literally, Michelle bears the cross when he is killed, right? So that idea gets carried over and over and over again. And even if we were to cut the story short and say, well, the way to cut the story short is to say that Michelle is the white-haired girl, right? If you were to cut the story short right there, then the cycle continues. And, you know, maybe it won't leave the mansion, but everyone in there is going to suffer for all eternity. And so we have to have this thread, this way to get out of the loop, right? The loop of 8, right? We're on the 8th chapter, the finale here. And that thread is going to be perspective. How we can add yet another layer to this incredibly well-written story. Exactly. And that's a very fitting way of putting it, Minerva, right? To provide closure to the story, we have to help her see the entire picture, and then we can close the door. And you know, this is honestly, Fata Morgana is the reason why I love the horror genre so much. I wish more people would give this genre a chance, right? Not just the medium of visual novels. I would love that too. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot you can learn from being able to not just rationalize your own emotions, not just fear, right? But to be able to come to terms with yourself and then to make a judgment once you've figured out the entire picture. And I think really good horror stories, at least the ones that want to be empathetic, right, are able to make you work through your own thoughts, your own emotions, your own view on things, and to make that twist in such a way where you come out better from it, right? Not just like a cathartic effect, but like a like your own personal character arc, I guess, right? As you journey from one belief to another, and making that jump is why I like horror stories, right? Not all of them, but there's some really good ones out there. And it's funny because now that I've been able to like explain my thoughts better on my appreciation for this work and others that I've shown to people, right? I never made the connection before that you can kind of treat the mystery genre and horror somewhat similarly, where both, well, maybe not to all audiences, but at least in the mystery genre, it's expected of the audience to participate, right? And I would say in a well-written horror story, it's expected of the audience to participate as well. And if you do, and if you invest not just your time, but your emotions into the story, you can come out with something far greater than when you had entered. I'll be honest, Mel. I was kind of worried about that too. I was doubting myself at a certain point. You know that this novel has that thing that always happens. It's like you think you know something, and then suddenly you go like, nah, I guess I'm not right. And then suddenly the novel goes like, yeah, you're right, actually. Like, fuck, man. I was like, that has to be Pauline. The nun. There's no way the nun is not like the future wife of the swordsman, right? And then like, fuck, I guess I'm wrong. Like, she even looks like Pauline, you know? And it makes so much sense. Her character's the same. She looks the same. I think she even speaks the same, right? But it's not Pauline. It's Mary. Like, fuck, God. I must have misunderstood something here. It's like how the stories work. How you can take them in chunks, right? God, the white-haired girl must be Gazelle, right? Must be the maid. And I'm like, oh, shit. I'm wrong. And then she says, yes, I am. I'm like, oh shit, I'm right. And then, oh shit, I'm wrong again. Technically, it's actually really comforting how the author sets it up that way, where by participating in the story, there are multiple ways to read it, but also that as long as you're invested in it, you're able to see that it's intentional for you to be right and wrong, right? That's not the entire truth of it. You are right in saying that the maid, Gazelle, is the white-haired girl to some degree, right? They share a lot of similarities with each other, and the white-haired girl, if it's Morgana now, is a figure no longer of sympathy, but empathy. These characters who are so intertwined with each other are able to now take the places of one another. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I'm fine with being genuinely bamboozled, right? Yeah, I'm okay with like twists that throw me overboard. Like, what the hell? Like, as long as it's crafted in a meaningful way and a skillful way, I'm like, yeah, sure, cool, thank you, right? I don't have to see everything. I don't want to see the future, right? I just want to sometimes just experience the ride. It's okay to be wrong. Yeah, and Fata Morgana for me was a story that was not spoiled. Like, I had no idea what I was getting into. And I'll be honest, right? Sometimes it takes a spoiler to get me interested in a story finally, right? What is Fata Morgana about? Well, I can't tell you anything, man. All I can tell you that it's very, very well written. Also, there's no vampires. Like, what? Okay. I'm invested already, I guess. Yeah, I'm glad you love it too, Minerva. By the way, I meant to ask a question about your name. Is Minerva a character from, like, Fire Emblem or something? Like, how do you get your name? Oh, okay, okay. Oh man, you've had that name for a long time, sir. I've gone through like so many names. I've had like super cringy middle school names that I shun to think about. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe I had that handle. Yeah, where is Cassell? That's got me worried too. Last time I saw her, I thought her portrait was fading even more. You know, Minerva, I would love to have you for future visual novel streams, right? I'm going to be going through like a list of things that I think are valuable to read. Unfortunately, the ones that I want to read the most are not able to be streamed on Twitch. At least I don't think so. I mean, I could double check. I don't know. This is why I always kind of hope that the option for all ages and the full content, nothing like taken out, exists, right? So like on one side, I guess I'm considered one of the few streamers, how about that, who really want to have like the all ages version so I can discuss visual novels in I guess an analytical way. And unfortunately, the adult content is what puts a barrier from me to do so, right? So there's like two stories in particular I would very much like to stream on Twitch, both of which I think are incredibly valuable to an audience to understand and for me as a person, right? I would love to stream White Album 2. I think that is an incredibly important story, especially if you don't have a good understanding of how just a small bit of nuance in communication could unveil intentions of a character. Also, it goes into the themes of the dangers of nostalgia. It also goes into, finally, a story that's past high school romance, right? So that's just something interesting for like an anime-interested audience, or an anime-invested audience, I guess. Tsubahibi Shiki is another story that I really want to get into. It's considered one of the great VNs out there. And I hear that its story structure is unique. It's original, and it's very well written. I also hear that it's a little bit, I don't think flamboyant is the correct word, but it does have its own filler, right? So I I would say, for example, White Album 2 is a story that has very little filler. It feels as if the author had experience like had experience as a playwright or something, where every scene has a distinct purpose to teach you something. And unlike in I don't know, it's kind of weird to put this way, but in like novels, I always have to kind of worry, right? How important is the word economy to this author, right? Is every scene constructed in such a way where I have to pay attention? And if so, how does the author prove it to me? So as I'm reading here, is this scene just purely for its tone to relax, or is this scene so critical to the understanding of a character's development that if you miss a word, you're gonna miss a beat? And if you miss a story beat, that means the next time you go into another scene, you might possibly misinterpret a character's intentions, right, or something like that. Um, I've noticed that's kind of an issue with some of the visual novels that I read, right? In particular, I think one of the critiques of Grisaya is that early on there is a lot of filler, and it doesn't really get too deep into its meaningful writing until you've invested a decent amount of time into the common route, where a certain amount of facts have been established, and then finally you can start pushing yourself towards a certain character, and then the story is constructed by a different author, because there's multiple authors for that visual novel, and then that is the idea they want to set up for you. And so because I'm always kind of nervous about how I handle setup in a story, right? How much the quality of writing is for 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 scenes that may seem unimportant. I'm not even sure how to express myself here. I try to pick works that that if you feel that if you invest your time, the return of it feels very one to one, right? If you understand what I'm trying to say here. And so I think White Album 2 is a great example of that, where the word economy, like every single scene has a purpose, right? It's really good for a stream game, but unfortunately it has adult content, and that puts me that unfortunately doesn't allow me to stream it, right? Suba Hibishiki, I have no idea. Um, with Grisaya, I want to know why people like that story so much, because it's actually pretty highly rated, and I have a lot of friends who really love that visual novel, and so I think I'm gonna have people vote on my next VN, and we're gonna figure out what I commentate for people, what I break down, and do my best to explain to viewers, or hell, viewers explain to me, right? Not like I go into everything with all the facts and all the understanding, right? Every single time I watch A Silent Voice, for example, I learned something new, because that movie is it is the way I describe it, it's very loud to me. And when I say that, I don't mean it's loud in like dialogue or voice actors saying things like too loudly, or the music's too loud. No, not really. What I'm really saying about that is that like every scene is like packed with so much information visually that I can't really move from one scene to another without having a bunch of information in front of my face. And so it's loud in that kind of way. Yeah, Muv-Love is. I know I said that I think Fata Morgana is in my top 10, and that's not a lie. I love how the story is constructed. I think it's very well written. It has some of the best music of any visual novel I've heard. It impacts a scene with its music perfectly. Multiple composers, I think. I'm almost certain there's multiple composers for this VN. It would shock me if there weren't. Um, it comes from an author that I don't think is that well known compared to like I don't know Jun Maeda at the very least, right? Or like Nasu, or the writers for like the Ever series, or etc. 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 Right? But this guy is talented. He knows what he's doing. He's had 100%. He's had to have had a background in writing, and I want to support this person. He has a new visual novel coming out, which has to do with like I think a futuristic setting, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna buy that story, and as long as it's okay to stream, I'll stream it. Right? Like I like this guy. He has so much promise. I'll use the swordsman's words here, and I hope that more people recognize his talent as a writer. It's an RPG? Really? Well, that surprises me. Okay, well, we'll see how that turns out then. Okay, I'll still support him. But yeah, I want to give Versailles a chance. We'll see how that works. Muv-Luv for me was one of the major stories um, that allowed me to reconnect with a few ideas that I've forgotten in the past. And it's funny because Muv-Luv, I don't want to be too, because you're gonna read it or you're going to watch the archive, so I won't spoil too much. I will say just one thing: Muv-Luv is very self-aware and very critical of certain aspects of, I'll just say the industry. How about that? Of the industry, and by having the work presented to me the way it was in Muv-Luv, it reminded me of things that I once valued. And going through that story made me remember how much it meant to me to have that kind of perspective reflected, and to see it again was, I mean, how else can I say it? It was very comforting, right? I learned a lot from it. So give yourself a shot. You know, you can read it on your own. You can check out the archives. But yeah, Muv-Luv's in my top 10. It was also a stream that allowed me to really come to terms with how much I enjoyed doing this, right? I don't have to have a lot of viewers. I don't have to have a lot of like subscribers or Twitch bucks or whatever, right? That's not the important thing. To me, the important thing is finally getting reconnected to something I once enjoyed. And I can tell you, and I'm pretty sure you would know this the same way as I do, that having some passion in your life makes life so much better. And to push yourself away from the things you liked most is, I mean, it's painful, right? So I'm glad that by streaming visual novels and expressing how much I enjoy them, I have found my way back to the things I once loved. Come again? Yeah, that's what I said too. Oh, he's talking about, the angel judgment, Michael. And it's funny too because like Morgana wanted to reinforce that idea in Michelle, right? You're not actually human, right? Technically, the humans always had it right. You're not really human. You're not really cursed though either. You're actually the angel judgment. You're like Michael, right? She said something along those lines. But the basic idea is that Morgana wants Michelle to join her, right? Give up your humanity, put yourself in the same position that I am, agree with me, because I know that you relate to me. I just need to show it, right? And so by getting Michelle to recognize that, if I were Morgana, right? If I were to get him to recognize that, he would be in the same position as I am, above humans, and humans are below me. The things I did to them were justified, right? And obviously, seeing his story and seeing a little bit of Morgana's story, we understand that that's not entirely the case. To have that kind of vertical distance, again, right? The safest place to be in this story, at least up until this point, is to be above others, punching down, right? To be eye to eye with someone consistently gets you in pain. But now we know the context of why that happens, because the curse exists, right? When people get closest to one another, when the swordsman gets closest to Pauline, when Mel gets too close to his sister, when the Lord gets too close to, I guess, his wife, or maybe even just Maria in this case, right? The curse activates, and so the thing they want most is torn away from them. That kind of understanding of people, yeah. And so there's that danger, right? I would say if I had to say a moral of this story, which I wouldn't, don't take what I'm saying too seriously here, right? The idea is that oh God, I just forgot my line of thought. It was something about distance. If it comes back to me, I'll tell you. Oh, it's about reinforcing identity, right? Reinforcing this kind of view that you have on someone in order to cut yourself away from them. So that would be Michelle is a witch, right? Michelle is a witch. Michelle is not human. Therefore, anything I do onto Michelle, such as force him to bear a cross and get burned at the stake, doesn't really matter because, I just killed a witch. I didn't kill a human being. I killed something that brings a plague and brings a curse. I'm not sinful. I saved people, right? That kind of justification by forcing a identity onto Michelle. Or another easy one to see is kind of like, Mel's my sister. I will ignore the very obvious fact that she's a little too into me. And so I will force that identity onto her. One, she's a sister, but also it's not proper, right? There's this social etiquette that you're ignoring. And so I will find myself a wife and force this distance between us. Don't get closer to the thing you are scared of the most. Push yourself farther away. And the ultimate result of that, unfortunately, is, characters' flaws become manifested and they ultimately bring them ruin. So it's funny, right? So you can be safe at the top if you want, but then you lose your humanity, right? You can be eye to eye with someone, but if you get too close, you end up hurting yourself and others, right? Until you get too close, and then you finally learn their perspective. That's the next step that the story is trying to prove to you, right? Get close enough, and it can be painful and it can hurt you, but learn about someone, right? Don't put that wall between you, because you can be close to someone and still not get them at all, and that's something that I want to write about in the movie I just watched yesterday, which is A Silent Voice. There's a lot of shots, kind of irrelevant, but there's a lot of shots in that movie where characters are super close to each other, but they don't look at each other, right? So physically they've gotten closer, but mentally and emotionally they're still like oceans apart. I think this is a really good story for like getting people aware of how to construct good writing. There's so much being played here that to me it would be um, incomprehensible that any reader, no matter what level of reading they are, where the hell that means, right, won't get something from the story. Okay, I'm gonna just reread a line here. I will tell you everything, and in exchange for me bearing the truth, I ask of you to guide me. I scare myself, and I am unaware of the direction I'm headed. So after I tell my story, I want you to do that for me. Can you please show me the way? I can no more decide the path you take than you, but you saw into my heart. Okay. So about Cassell in the picture, but because Michelle understands her so well that they're literally a part of each other, right? So by understanding Cassell and well, yeah, that's the idea, right? By understanding Cassell, you understand him more, and for if you were in his position, you understand yourself more, right? Okay, support, but with no guarantee. But the emphasis is on um, being there for him. Okay, so the idea of putting her up on a pedestal, there's obviously a danger to that. I don't think I need to really say. That's kind of weird too, right? Have you ever been in a position where you're so looked up to that it feels like there's a lot of pressure on you to perform? Whether that be, man, you're such a talented artist, or you're such a talented writer, or you're such a talented person when it comes to X, Y, or Z. Uh, there's no way that this person could like fail, right? I think most people would understand that from like family pressure. I think that's pretty common. Yeah, it's really scary too. And to not have a like a relief from that, a relief from that, a break from it, can definitely cause a lot of problems. It's something that I've tried to recognize more, not just within myself, but for others as well. Like with close friends, how I might be reinforcing things that might cause them too much pressure, right? And so I've tried to understand the benefits of distance, not just being far away from someone and the dangers of that, but also how being far away from someone to give them room to breathe is also another aspect of understanding human connection. Okay, definitely very relatable to his own chapter two. Wait, I remember this. This is the same carriage that Morgana was on. Oh, don't worry, Mio. You pretty much came to the most important part, right? Which is the beast's tail. Oh, so that's his interpretation of it. What was it? It seems different somehow. Everyone else is crying in the carriage, almost like her tears were not for herself. So I think at this point she's still a saint, right? In terms of development of character. Or transformation, I guess. Oh, is that the reason why he doesn't recognize her when he goes to the cottage? It's because she looks so different than how she did when he met her a second time. Wait. If it's after the brothel scene, then she already had like scars in her body, and God, I think she was 14. So maybe it's just the age, or I don't know. But you know, Morgana's kind of hard to forget, in my opinion. So we'll see. Okay. So, again, the power of her voice. Oh God. I remember exactly what happens. Right, so her voice kind of has a soothing effect, but it's what starts him to start moving. And so, huh. Let me keep moving. And then his kind of cold response is what buries the fact that he's a beast in her mind. Okay. That is kind of sad, actually. Three years? Holy shit. And you came upon this town, huh? Oh. He didn't even say anything, and Pauline just wants to help. Can you carry him? Wow. Oh, she did so much more than just that. I mean, at the perfect timing, right? Same thoughts that he shared in chapter 2, but for the white-haired girl. I specifically remember this exact line. Well, instead of madman and murder, I think it was like beast or something. Oh, you don't say your real name? Interesting. Huh. So maybe it's because of this relationship she wants to maintain that image for so long, even though it puts her away from her own, you know, happiness. Oh, so it's funny that she's not here with him right now, because that's a talk that he never got to have with her. In present day, I mean. Okay. The giant man? Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot. She also handles an orphanage. And then they moved, right? Huh. The giant man. Okay. Okay. So kind of like the same response that he gave Morgana. You know, I just... it just is. I think so. The other Pauline is half Japanese, half Dutch. Oh, so he creates the bearer himself. Okay. I mean, I guess that's logical. Oh, wow. Yeah, no kidding, right? Honestly, I wasn't expecting that. All right. Reminds me of a certain someone I know. Okay. Oh, so that's how he rationalizes it in his head. I don't know, man. Everyone expresses love in different ways. But I guess he wouldn't know that. Compulsive deeds of charity. She helps anyone out? I mean, yeah, I guess it's very fitting for her. I wouldn't describe it that way. Oh, yeah, that's right. Wow. Oh, so this is like when she starts to leave, right? You just randomly received a summon from the Lord? Okay, I'm kind of curious. Yeah, you're right. He is rather young. Huh. And when Morgana talked about the Lord in her story, I thought of him that way as well. Excuse me. Whew. Like, way older. Wait, you know? How? Oh, you're talking about getting Morgana back, I'm guessing. Oh no, you're talking about the church? Wait, hang on, let's see. You're gonna profit off her name. Okay, so there we go. So, finds a way to profit off of the Saintess and get Morgana back. And you even know about that. Well, I mean, you would know, because you bought her as a slave. So 100%, you actually know that Morgana is in there. Oh, wow. I didn't think of it that way. I did, but not in the context of how I used to think about it. It's something important to go into, though. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the same damn thing. Dog, please. So he did know. Okay, but he doesn't acknowledge it. Okay, and then his first tether pushes him away and acknowledges it. I don't remember this line in her story. Oh, and that's his rationale. Okay. So he comes back again and we know what happens. Oh, no. This is not that moment yet. He has to observe first. And he sees Mel. I like how he just completely ignores him. It's like man, this story is moving a lot faster than I expected to. That's right. I never actually understood what kind of conversation she had with the swordsman as he was carrying her back. Oh, well, gee, I wonder why I never learned her story there. Okay. Nothing personal. that might be a new meme that I'm gonna use. Hey Scott. What? Why are you guys all nervous? It's going towards a good cause. We're gonna like raise a church and help more people with this miracle of blood. Right? And everyone will be happy. You know what they say, right? One for all and none for one. Man, he just has all the plans. Yeah, he's the most mysterious of them all. Oh, my neck. Well, we know the answer to that. I mean, she's trapped inside a tower with nothing to do, and her arm's lopped off. Children's voices? From outside, yeah, okay. That was way shorter than Mel's story. It went by really fast. I got the entire picture very quickly. Reflected his problems in chapter 2. I guess it kind of makes sense because pacing-wise, I think you couldn't have too many long stories in this last chapter because the movement as you get closer to the end should naturally be a little bit faster. You know, because time is limited. It's possible, because he does write a side story, and it's to develop Morgana even further. Although he has to bunch a lot into the final chapter because of the significance of that number. So it might have been constraints of how much this chapter could hold before the viewer or reader got really annoyed by the writing or felt the writing was cumbersome. Kind of like Metal Gear Solid 4 and the ending. I don't think anyone who's ever experienced that ending can quite forget how long it was. I know I didn't, because I had a test the next day. We're going to another section of the story? Oh, we're gonna just cut by quickly, let me see. A quick summary, okay. know, I'm a little surprised I didn't recognize that. Because that's the hypocrisy of his belief, right? The lie that he believes. That no matter what, through and through, he's a beast. But in truth, if he were, he wouldn't have the conflicting feelings he has now. That is an interesting take on the story. I didn't think of it that way. Man, I'm learning from Michelle right now. Normally, I feel like I'm a step ahead of him when it comes to like the ideas that he's about to say to the characters. But I'm getting a lot from him right now. Right, that idea again. Like the effects they have in this life will carry on to the next. Yeah, far better than he used to. And hey, without any help this time. Also, if in the next life and then the next life and then the next life and then the next life you do nothing but live a path of peace, somewhere out there GC Yoshi is smiling, I know it.
Bullshit!
Anyway, if he does that, then that length of time that he spent moving on the rocky road will be longer than he spent on the road that's easiest for him to kill others, right? And so if, let's say, 10% of his time, of his total lives, was just, you know, doing what he's doing, being the beast, and the rest of it is him being, I don't know, in the same shadow as Pauline. Let's say shadow. How about in the same light, sure, walking aside Pauline, trying to help others and stuff like that, then wouldn't you say that's more of his character than the beast? Right? So, like, his origins might be very visceral and instinctual, but given enough time, you can build your character into something else, right? Michelle, when you first met him, was very... How do I put it? Lacked tact, wasn't able to see far into the future, was not very aware of himself as a character and his own feelings, right? Had all these issues trying to figure out people and himself. Very cynical, right? And now, the Michelle now has learned from his pretty painful past, actually, and has moved on from that. And so, like, even though Michelle, in the past, has done some pretty terrible things, the amount of time he has spent to progress from that is far longer than the time he's spent doing the things that he regrets, right? And now he recognizes that, and he's going out of his way to actually help other people, right? To help Morgana. And yeah, again, sure, there is a mutual benefit to helping Morgana here, right? You help Morgana, you also technically help out Giselle, and by doing so, you help out yourself. But it's not insincere, the things he's done for Mel, right? He said himself that he's surprised, but he actually cares, right? And even though this story with the swordsman has been so hard to just accept, like there's a redeemable feature about this character, it can still be there, right? You have to have the hope that someone can move on and can improve. Because the truth of it is, as we've seen with every single character, period, right? Hard period, that you put a person in a situation that's desperate, you're gonna bring out the worst in humanity, right? Yeah, that's straight up the truth, right? Mel, who's just like pretty much a normal kid to me, has done some fucking dumbass shit. But hey, he was a kid, and he's finally moved on a path where he has at least a little bit of courage to finally do the right thing, right? To make amends for the past that he did. So it's possible, right? And I'm with Michelle here that yeah, like now is not the time to let your emotions get the best of you, because that's just one side of the coin, right? It's not just how you feel, it's how you think. It's also a bunch of other things that come into the picture. And here's the thing, right? Here's the common thing that people say that differentiates us from like beasts, right? It's because we have rational thought. Right? I'm not sure if that's something that you'll accept, but thematically in stories, that's an idea at the very least, right? And then in other stories, you say like humanity is all beasts, right? They all have that savage instinct in them, and that's ultimately what they're gonna revert to. This is not the story, right? This is something that brings people onto the same level, and it is possible to redeem yourself through time. And again, it's all about like how the context of a story is constructed, right? In some assassin stories, because I love assassin stories, because I'm totally into that edgy kind of lords thing, the greatest fear is that there is no hope for redemption. That the past misdeeds will always haunt you like a phantom, right? And no matter how far you try to move away from the dark underworld, the past will always come back to get you, and ultimately you have no salvation. There are some stories like that. Yeah, right? I feel you there. I completely feel you there, Michelle. But I would like to have hope for this guy. And not just because I find his story so intriguing. Chapter 2 was really fun, by the way, to commentate and watch with everyone else. But, like, I just care, right? I don't know why. Sounds like a fanboy club. Yeah, that's true. Hell, like I do. I think Michelle's normal, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, right? Every single character does that. It's kind of fun. I don't know why. as late as possible? Why? Okay. Are you gonna talk to Maria? Yeah, that's right. Didn't we promise to talk to Maria? I forgot why, but she was gonna tell us about some event, right? And it was around night. One more time. Oh, we're talking about how to convince the Lord, through words, not force, to give the key to help Morgana. And it's not just the key, it's also redeeming his soul, too. This is such a weird position to be in, because I don't think I've really seen or read a story in which that is literally what you're trying to do. It, like, figuratively, yeah, sure, I'm trying to save someone's soul, right? Their character, their misdeeds, to give them redemption from, like, jail or something, right? But no, these characters are actually dead, or will be dead, and be condemned to an eternity of living with Morgana, which is hell. Okay, so yeah, I'm actually saving their soul. I never had that be distinctly exactly what I'm doing. You know, I'm thinking about making a Morgana emote because our Discord asked to have Persona emotes. So any character from the Persona series. And I thought to myself, why not just have Morgana? And then, like, have a really, really stupid Morgana emote. That's, like, hilarious to post. Wow, Haideru. Is that how you see me? Am I just a beast to you? Okay, but where's Gazelle, though? This is actually a little bit worrisome. Okay, either he fell unconscious, or we're gonna see Morgana again. Why must he hand out miracles for nothing? Are we in the Lord's mansion? A woman. Mother? This is Morgana's mom. That took me a little while, because I was trying to remember exactly those lines. Okay, so this is kind of reasonable. I understand that logic. You don't even have to ask specifically for money, but you can ask for a little bit of help, right? Like, you don't have to give me anything for the miracle, but, you know, like some food would be nice. Or some thanks, I suppose. Hell, I mean, if you're given, like, tons of food, you can distribute the food to other people as well, so you can think of that as a positive. Yeah, but from the perspective of Morgana, her mother is, like, a terrible person. And I'm kind of curious if that's true from our perspective. Well, this is a lot of pressure. Oof. We are seeing... So the narrator of this is Morgana. She is narrating her own story. It's internal monologue. Okay. Okay, so now we learn a little bit with the Lord. So instead of being given the coincidence and pure luck of seeing a character that leads us onto another, that gives us another lead, we're just given this by pure miracle, I guess. That's right, Raven. You know what actually really surprises me? Raven, I never took it that you were a fan of visual novels. It's actually kind of cool. There's a decent amount of people in the fighting game community who apparently appreciates visual novels. And I'm like, okay, wow. I wish I knew this earlier. Oh, I'm glad to have you here, man. I mean, it's a nice feeling. Like, seriously. Just to have someone that shares in the hobby. And I can, like, introduce more people into it. Okay, hang on. If you guys don't mind, could you retweet that link? But I'm also going to get some coffee as well. It's like 10:28 p.m. I don't expect to go too late with the VN right now, because I feel like we're, at the very least, a little more than halfway through the finale, right? Makes sense to me. My guess is tonight we're going to finish this, and then I'm going to continue my lovely fun run of Fire Emblem Awakening. But before I do so, coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, right, Hyder? You get it. Oops. Oh, there was something else I needed to put into the stream chat, though. So Scott's still looking for a game to play for his FKO sub game incentive, which has already been reached. So if you guys can suggest some games for him to play within that Google document right there, I'd really appreciate it. Because once he's done with his sub game incentive, then it's my turn again. And then you guys can like vote on a game that you want me to try out, right? It can be a VN, it can be a funny game, it can be an old game, it can be a painful game. We'll see how that goes. I'll be right back. Honestly, it's just that I've never really played a Falcom game, so maybe all it takes is just I need to play one, and then if I like it, then I like it, and if I like it, then I'll play more, and if I play more, then, you know, then we're done. I am back. Sorry for the wait, guys. Oh, hey, Shadow. Yeah, yeah. It is good music. I agree. I should have bought the original soundtrack to this series because it's wonderful. Why are you starting to put I in quotations? Is it because we are specifically in the same position as Morgana? And then this narration is starting to get, like, interwoven? Maybe. We'll see. I think that's the case. That's what's happening. Yeah, exactly, right? And we were experiencing her perspective of her life through Michelle, who was living through her dream, so yeah. I didn't know that, Jimbo. By the way, Jimbo, you've read this story before, right? I have that impression, and I think you actually told me. Okay, okay. Well, ow. Give me a second. Ow. Sorry, I was drinking some coffee, and that just, like, slapped my face as I tried to bring the mug to my face. That's pretty embarrassing. Anyway, what was I gonna say again? It was, I hope you enjoyed watching the stream alongside with me. Because I'm not sure if I can really be all that entertaining to someone who's already read the story in text, you know? But hey, I've seen some people in the Muv Love stream, like, were very interested in reading the story again. Okay, so, like, her taking a higher position and, like, condemning him for his actions, yeah, I think it's justified in the sense he's doing some pretty fucked up shit. But phrasing it in that way also makes it way harder to convince him to stop doing what he's doing. And so, you know, that's kind of problematic here. You've watched 5 different streams of this? What the? That's... okay. Oh, thank you, Gels and Cream. And thank you, Jimbo. You must really love this story, and I'm happy to hear that. Like, it makes me feel warm on the inside when people love writing. Tell you what, maybe I will do a Falcom game one day in the future, right? Because lately I've been really starving for strong storytelling, and this is why I've been reading this story, right? And it's a strange balance that I think I've found now. And the balance is play a game for gameplay, play a game for story, play a game for gameplay, play a game for story, and repeat XN. I mean, you're here with me, Hydru. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard the storytelling in Trails in the Sky is phenomenal, but I'm not sure to take that 100%, like with no grain of salt, or just go for it. Alright, because I think storytelling in a more interactive medium is really hard to figure out how to do. In fact, I even struggle to name an example of that. So pretty much name a story within a game, not a visual novel, even though I consider visual novel games, but a highly interactive game that has a really well done story. And I can't think of an example. I think part of the reason is because I'm so familiar with this kind of text, right? because I've lived my life just reading books and shit like that. So this is more comfortable to me, and it's harder for me to read into something that doesn't have a familiar kind of air to it, a medium, right? Like, I can't read poetry that well. Even though I have some background in it, it's something that I feel very uncomfortable doing. Yeah, I hear a lot of good things about Nier. It's amazing too, because I spent like all my life playing video games, man. And yeah, it's so difficult for me to still read into. Okay, that was a very brief reverie. Right, okay, which explains how the... Well, not how, why the text was doing emphasis on pronouns? Yes, emphasis on pronouns. Yeah, and we still need to figure out how we can get an easy... Oh, it doesn't have to be easy. Get a way to connect to the Lord and convince him. And still, I don't know. I still feel like the best way to do that is through Maria. But, so maybe convince Maria to get to the Lord? Possibly. Huh, maybe their time in this world is very limited. And Giselle leaves first because she's not really tied down. There's no physical body for her other than Michelle. It's a guess. And then eventually he's gonna have to leave too. Oh yeah, that's right. Duh, his fingers have been cracked. I kind of forgot about that. Man, sometimes I miss the most obvious stuff. Blows my mind. Yeah, and he was cut, you're right. Okay, well, that definitely supports your interpretation. We don't have that kind of time. Wow! It's like a Michelle. Yeah, there we go. Wait, I just forgot. So, I forgot that Maria... Well, okay, I didn't forget that. Maria has a really pivotal role, right, in the 3rd chapter. But wouldn't you also say that the reason why she's intertwined with Jacopo, right, the Lord, is because she is also being cursed. And the reason why that like completely flew over my head is because when I got to this chapter and I saw Maria, I was like, you know, Maria was in the same brothel as Morgana, so you know, clearly they knew each other, and Maria must have been like a pretty cool sis to Morgana, right? So why would you have Maria cursed? That makes no sense to me. Okay. That's a very Maria solution. Just like, don't care about anyone else but yourself, right? Okay, so I was about to just say that, right? Because initially, before he met Mel and learned his story and had him tell him everything, right? He fixated on doing it for, you know, Giselle himself, right? And now it's a lot more altruistic than that. See? Really? I'm glad that makes you happy, at least. Yeah, that makes sense. I think so? Yeah, alright. You weren't friendly with her? I mean, given that you appear in the third story as a very pivotal villain, I think there's gonna be some animosity here, but it just somewhat surprises me. Okay. That's right, I remember there was a guy there that was very caring. You know, I can't believe it took me this long to realize this, but you are very direct on how you say certain things. Like, how quickly you just straight respond 6 feet under is not like the nicest way to say someone's dead, but it's better than saying, yeah, he's dead. Actually, no, not always. Depending on how you use euphemisms, sometimes it's worse than saying it directly. It depends on the context again. right? If someone's asking you to put it clearly and you use like a gigantic metaphor and you you compare it to like a bus or something, like what the fuck are you saying, man? Just say it to me clearly, right? It can be like annoying, but Maria. Actually, that's really cool too. That means you have enough talent as a writer to make distinctive voices for characters. I think that's pretty tough to do. Okay, Maria. just like how you speak, your solution's the same thing. I forgot what the theory was, but I remember in my communication class, specifically about language and how it influences culture. I remember my teacher telling me about how naturally, by understanding a certain language, your thoughts of the world will be influenced. And like a very easy example of that is how I forgot what the indigenous people of Antarctica are, but they have like several words for snow. And I can only think of one word for snow, which is snow. But I can think of a lot of words for money. Like moolah, money, dollar, buck. Right? And so like the theory is by emphasis on certain words, the importance of that word is bigger in a culture. Can I really only think of one word for snow? Is there anything else that I can say about snow? Frozen H2O. That is snow, kinda. Okay, ice, sure. You were gonna give her something? A rinky-dink little necklace. Sure, I don't know what it is, but yeah, why not? Oh, you're looking for me? I thought you were looking for Maria. You know, okay, this is kind of a stupid question, but do you know of any story that purposely tries to avoid any setup it makes? So here's an example that I realized, right? And this is pretty obvious to you as well, right? Mary, aka Pauline, and Maria are characters that are foiled with one another, right? Because they had relationships when they were younger. How they developed as characters has branched off, despite the fact they were both in the orphanage under a church, right? Their views on life are very different. That kind of foiling. And so, like, I thought to myself, that seems to be pretty obvious. But to someone who's not, like, I don't know, used to doing critical reading, I guess that might not be a thing. And then I thought to myself, is there a story where, like, you set up things in such a way and then you always fail to execute it on purpose? So, like, there's a shotgun on the wall. You never use it. Multiple characters are named the same thing. It doesn't matter. To me, that's just bad writing, but what if you constructed an entire story just to do that? What kind of purpose would that be? Why would you do that? That would be a very nihilistic, I think, kind of story. Right, like, and through time, after seeing a bunch of works by reference, right, you kind of understand how people use the ideas borrowed from other works to build upon them and use it in their own story. And so it's easier to recognize once you've seen it like 1,000 times, right? But I don't know. I just thought of that as I was reading through this. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it, Chaos. Pretty much, if you go through the effort to invest in a setup and you don't have it pay off, then the question is, why did you bother? Why would you put in the setup and not have it pay off, right? And yeah, you can fail the payoff. The execution for writing it can, you know, not work, but going through with it is at least an attempt to get a reward for all your effort that you put in. I don't know. There's so many different like perspectives on the world and writing itself, right? That it's always intriguing to see how an author approaches a topic. So I guess the reason why I'm thinking about this is because very commonly in the articles I write in a way to teach someone the way that I see things. And to do so, I must also give evidence of the things that I see, right? Otherwise, you can't just accept the words I see. I have to back it up, unless you just trust in my pedigree or something. But I do that with movies, and I feel like when I read through like stories on the stream with you guys too, I also have to kind of like do my very best to explain concepts in order for you to trust me. And once that trust is built up, then you can start seeing the same things I see. And it's been really paying out lately, because my way of explaining things here helps me explain things later in terms of like when I actually do work, right, with writing. And like, because so many people have different perspectives on life, I can learn so much once they've been like given the tools to see the same things I do, right? Like now that you notice that this is a common technique in writing, or this is a very useful way of showing a scene, or blah blah blah, right? Then I can start seeing things that I don't have the knowledge for, right? I don't understand much about science in general, as an example, right? And so I can ask a question about, like, say, what is a wormhole? And then someone in the chat will be like, well, a wormhole is this, and like, you know, connect these 2 points here, fold the paper, put a dot, bam, as an idea of it physically, right? And then, like, once I have that knowledge, I can go like, okay, so I think this is the reason why the author for Steins Gate, as an example here, wanted to mention wormholes, right? And so we're going like, okay, now that I have that knowledge from the chat, because I didn't have it before, we can make this connection together and get an idea for why you would do that. And like, the more I read through stories, the more aware of how ignorant I am of like so many concepts. It's like, yeah, I think this would be like really like common sense for a lot of people here, but I don't get it. And then it's weird for me to be in a position where it's common sense to me, but not to others. But it's simply because I invested my time differently. That's really all it is. Like, I can't even tell you how to fix a car. I mean, I guess not many people can, but like, I don't know how to change the transmission. What the hell does that even mean? Right? There's things about my cars that I don't understand. And they're like, inside my house, there's this heater, right? And it makes a lot of weird noise. Supposedly, I'm supposed to drain the heater, but how do I do that? I don't get it. Right? Is that common knowledge to a lot of people? Because I don't know. Yeah. I've just never been interested in cars, but like, I have a friend who loves cars, and by proximity and seeing how passionate he is about cars, I can understand like a small percentage of why someone would be so interested in them. And so like, you know, I'm slowly getting the idea, but I don't have that investment, and I don't have that kind of like background, and so I have to like learn it from someone else. Like, there's this thing in America, I don't exactly understand what it's called, but people, they customize their cars, and they go to this like group gathering and they show their cars off to people, and it's called a certain term. And that term, whatever it's called, apparently was borrowed from Japan. And there's a culture of customizing your cars in Japan and showing it off. And it's not about like optimization or anything, it's about reflecting your personality and like who you are through the vehicle that you drive. And I was like, oh, I kind of get that. That makes a lot of sense to me, right? I never knew that until like 3 months ago. Let me go back a little bit and then check for things that I missed out on, because obviously I can't focus as much as I'm talking. It's a little bit weird. I know that like in Muv-Luv I was a lot more talkative than I am now, but also Muv-Luv had voice acting, so okay, let's go back again. Start from here. Okay, so she's about to leave, but Nelly and Pauline find me specifically. And she asks, are you going to talk to the Lord tonight? And the answer is yes, because time is very limited. And she says she wants to join us because we're about to set the Saintess free, which is the person that saved her. So they're invested in this as well. Make reparations? The idea of trying to cover for the people you care about. Okay. Feels guilty about the swordsman. Okay, and I guess you will need this kind of support to get through this, because I still don't know how you're gonna get through the Lord, man. You need other people, and that's pretty much what you had to do, right? You had to get through other people to get to the people that you need the keys from. So logically, this makes sense. Right, I'm worried about that too. Freaking Maria. This is such a huge world of difference in perspective. I don't want him to get hurt even though he caused pain. Fuck it, man. Some people deserve it. Thanks, Maria. It's so funny that you have a name like that. It's great. I'm fucking dying here. It's like, who's the main... Okay, one of the 4 characters in Left 4 Dead is called, like a very feminine name. And like, when I realized that, I laughed, because that's totally on purpose. Same thing with freaking Maria here. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Okay, so we're back to... Okay, here's the thing. You've gone, assumedly, past the point where you are completely blind to people's faults. So, assuming that that development has happened for you, then I can trust in your word right now. At least, logically, given that the author has proven that she herself has said that I was blind, and because of that, I feel at fault for what I did in ignoring the swordsman and his predicament. So now I can kind of trust Pauline more. Whereas before that scene, if she said something like this, I'd be like, whatever. Yeah, Maria's exactly the same way. She's like the Final Fantasy VIII protagonist. HD Squall. Okay, so she has some information about how the Lord did change. So the old Lord was a hell of a bitch, huh? Wait, you don't actually mean the same Lord as in he changed his personality. You mean that there's two different lords. So Morgana got confused? Oh shit, wow. I'm surprised. I didn't know that. What the fuck? This makes sense. Like given the story of the third chapter and how he's like trying to run away from his family. Okay, go on, please. I'm drinking here. I'm so confused. What? Oh my god! That's the idea. Holy shit. So it was a creepy old man? Okay, let's move. Let's see what happens. Okay. All right. I understand Mel looking down because he's still a little bit nervous, right? But why are you giving me the death glare, buddy? Aren't we friends? Stop looking at me that way. And then I understand the Lord looking at me that way, but dude, come on, man. That's not a look of concern. You're right. I'm gonna show you the world, which was a line that was parallel to the third chapter. Echoed. Echoed is the right word, not paralleled. Okay, taking power in the conversation at least. Yeah, because like the Lord has a very aggressive way of taking control of a conversation, which again is fitting for his character, but it's also fucking insulting. I think the correct word is condescending. Oh my god, Mel. Yo, Mel! That's how I felt too. I mean, I'm not gonna do that. Calm down, buddy. You're gonna be walking a different path, remember? I mean, you know, he only said tie him up. He didn't say chop off his arm. There's a huge world of difference.
Bullshit!
God. Is this one? Oh fuck, wrong line. Wow! Sorry. That wasn't intentional. I was gonna hit this button.
What a dude.
Wrong line.
Just do it quick.
That line.
LOL.
I was just gonna hit that button. That's what I thought too, but turns out you all have the same fucking name. I don't want the fucking key. Okay, I do, but I want more than just that. What? Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay, we're saving here. All right, we got 2 for 1, 3 for 1. Oh, unanimous. Okay, I'm trying to figure out whose monologue this is. I'm almost certain it's going to be the Lord's, but let's see. The reason why I think that is because we got the perspective directly from their thoughts and each of their individual stories, right? So naturally, it should be like that too. Well, maybe not yet, but hang on. This is kind of his word choice, though, so I think it is the Lord. It is. Okay, we're good. Wow, what a way of... Okay, go on. I'm curious about this visual storytelling. Oh, my ears. Let me read this again. I never yearned for the world outside and outside of what I knew. I more coveted, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. Okay. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. Very, very fitting for this character. If it sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. Okay. So to whom is he speaking? This feels like he's speaking to Morgana. Because the second line is something that she would say. Or second, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. This is a unfamiliar way of writing for this visual novel. Because, normally I'm used to the dialogue being the main facet of this visual novel, and that's how the story is told at the bottom of the screen. When I see it like this, I'm reminded of like very old VNs and how they tell their story, where the focus is on descriptive background like information, and so having a long box like this makes it, I don't know, maybe easier for that kind of storytelling. and then you would have the image in the back. So, for example, Sai no Uta does this kind of visual box for its storytelling. I think Dies Irae, I cannot pronounce that visual novel's name, also does this. What's another example? I think... Did Ever 17 do this? I'm gonna double check. I know Ever 17 had dialogue boxes, but I'm not sure if it did this. Fate Stay Night does this, exactly, right? And I'm not sure why the author, or whoever was in charge of this section of the story, chose to use this as the format for its storytelling. But generally, at least in my opinion, as you read through this story, how the visuals are catered to the story being told to you on the screen is very purposefully done. And so I'm just thinking about that right now. If you have any ideas for why this is the case, go ahead and talk in the chat about it, but it's just something I'm trying to consider right now. Okay, so you deny portraits, and instead you're putting dialogue into this big box here, even though we got like a quick sketch of what it looks like. Right. And we're not really getting a he said, she said. You have to be already aware of who started the conversation for you to get this without context. But you don't need that. We've been deep enough into the story where if I were to say a specific line, you already know who is saying it. So, for example, let's shoot this line. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone's going to think you're a gravekeeper or maybe a grave robber, right? Who would say that? That is not a line that Morgana would say. It's a line, because you can tell of how strongly stated it is, it's a line from someone older, so it must be the Lord, right? Sometimes, like, not having distinctive taglines gets a little bit confusing as you move super far into a long dialogue, and I think that's on purpose. I know I mentioned this as like a critique for like certain light novels, but it's also a style. And so if the author is really good at being able to create a distinct voice, you don't need a tag. You don't need Morgana said. You don't need the Lord said, right? You can just run it. What is this picture in the background? I see a hand. I think the face is taken out, and it's holding a pole or something. So I don't know what this is. That's a good observation. Thank you, Jellos and Cream. Right. And in Morgana's story, when she told it, we were denied visuals as well. It was just straight up like this, I guess. And if the Lord and Morgana are this heavily tied to each other, then it's understandable that the visuals are also kind of similar. This is a really strange thing of saying. Okay, so I'll read the line to you again, and I'll tell you why it's strange. Morgana gave me a curt shrug, then turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long. I'm gonna just put a fake period there and ask you the question, why? I think I know the answer why, but I'm gonna have you answer for me. She never faced anyone head-on for very long. Why is that, chat? Just give me a quick answer. It's pretty simple. Okay, done, right? Very simple. And so my confusion is from the follow-up information. And she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything, I don't think anyway. Why does he need to say this line? Is he trying to convince himself? Are we here to hear his thoughts? Is he trying to tell us? Right, this is all thoughts in his head that he's presenting to us. And so either the audience is very actively there and he's aware of that, or for some reason, he doesn't really think that her face looks all that bad. I think that might be a decent reading into it. Yeah, he's giving information that's too obvious already. But we don't see her face, so I guess it's also clarification. We'll move on for now. The reason why I'm confused is obvious, okay? And then he clarifies here. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that had caused long patches of flesh to fall off her face. She had looked fine before then, but I only knew her as she was at that time. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that it was specifically he bought it for her. I thought for some reason he just had it. Okay. No, yeah, okay. You're doing this in the graveyard? Okay, that's interesting. Wow, okay, so you had no idea. You just treated her as a human person. Which, so you must be 100% the main reason why she was so happy during this time period. Okay. Huh. That's a good reading to character. Huh. Yeah, I thought about that too. Huh. But she has a very low sense of self-esteem. Understandably. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like, what the fuck, man? That's amazing. What the fuck? Okay, so this line right here shows that he genuinely cares about Morgana, right? But you go back to, oh my god, I think it's near the beginning of the freaking passage. Where is it? I'm gonna just find you a very specific line here. Should be around here. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew, blah blah. I more coveted, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all those bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom, right? To make people recognize what he's been through. And it shocks me that since he's been at the bottom, how little he cares for people who are in a worse position than he is, right? In the present day, in the current timeline they're in. And then the shock is this. right here, this whole passage right here, and how when he was more connected to his roots, when he was not so rich and high in status, that he's so disconnected. I've never seen him actually in that position before. I think even in the third story, we've only really known him as like the rich entrepreneur, but I didn't specifically see him other than his interactions with Mary in his childhood, what he was like in a poor, impoverished scenario. So he legitimately feels sympathy. Hey, Super Wing Man, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it. Okay, so you cut off the truth here, right? Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head, which is... Okay, and you don't even say it in your internal monologue. Interesting. I think at this point, we can assume the answer. Not like we haven't spent, like, 30 plus hours understanding characters here. So this guy is a natural joker. What the fuck? He's hella suave. Okay, so she does have a connection to Maria. I mean, it's kind of obvious, though. Oh yeah, it's your birth. Oh fuck! Isn't the birthday when the brothel gets raided? In fact, I'm certain that's the case. You are surprisingly observative and also kind of a dunce. But I guess, you know, you can't confirm it. We know from the perspective of Morgana that she had feelings. You weren't a slave 3 years back? Okay. Okay, so fitting for how he felt at the bottom of the mountain. Okay. Okay, a very black and white perspective on the world. Funny that he creates no nuance after he becomes more rich. Got it. Okay, so once you tell the slaves the plans, their morale got boosted. Okay. Oh, that means you're friends of Maria in this case. Yeah, like childhood friends, duh, okay. I don't know, just so used to having, like, huge grudges between those two. Okay, so here it is. A middle-aged woman. Wavy hair? And remind you of your own. Okay. Okay. What? Okay. So a month before the birthday. Strange. Again, as if explaining to us even though we already know. It's like the story is made in isolation of the other stories, even though it's very in relation to the other stories. You could just say, this was the first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. It was from Maria. Done. Right? But it continues to explain. And I wonder why they made that decision. Why? They? Why the author made that decision. But I guess it's because there are audience members in the viewing that don't know Maria. And so those people would be the swordsman and Mel. So I guess that's the reason why this is still very fitting. That's an interesting relationship, but okay. She's 12? Yeah, okay, there we go. I wonder how old he is. What? Okay, oh my god, this is so freaking... Maria, this is so Maria. Whoa! Okay, that's a huge difference. I was unaware. 10 years. Hmm. Oh, which is why you hid your feelings within your own story, because of that difference in age. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's her birthday. Oh, Maria? You made it? I don't know. Wait, you're throwing things? Okay. Oh, freaking, that's such a Morgana answer. That's a very Pauline response too, now that I think about it. Like, completely denying any sort of, like, connection to her own personal desires. Sorry, what? One more time? Oh, she's trying to force the... Yeah, exactly. Wait, what? Why do you have to go? Oh, okay. I recall this in her story as well. I don't remember if that was true or not. Whoa! Oh my god, Maria! Okay, that's an interesting way of justifying it. I mean, that's kind of like Maria's thought process too, right? Okay. Also very Morgana-like with all the blood. Oh. Okay, so that's why she thought you were dead. It's because of that situation right here. You lived through this? I mean, duh, you do, but... Wait, your spirit went out of your body? So kind of like when Michelle had died. I wanna double check that. When I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me. So, you know, to me this is a perfectly fine sense, because you're not dead. But looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. That's not normal. No. That is. That makes perfect sense. So pretty much you wake up from your unconscious state. You see her crying over you, and then you just look down at your stomach, not looking down from above. Okay. That makes more sense now. Because that would be really weird. Okay, so this is where the major change in his character begins. That the world can't change without power. Which I'm pretty sure was his lie that he believed in chapter 3. Or like the most important thing in the world is money/power. Katana Zero? What is that? Is it a VN? Action platformer, okay. I mean, you can walk that path alone. But just know that we'll be here for you when if you ever want to come back. Sounds like how the white-haired girl was living. Interesting. So there's a chance that you're not actually related. The fairy tale belief that you had is now gone. Okay. And it's a business transaction. Okay. Damn, that is really smart. Okay, so he's accepting this as truth. But although that one line was really good in my opinion. Where he denies the possibility. Right, okay. Okay, that's how you rationalize it. Okay, so who here, if you don't answer this, please don't answer, but who here actually believes that Jacopo is actually really the son of this woman? It's understandable why he thinks the way he does right now, given his world has been upheaved, right? And perfect for a distinct segmentation of how he used to think, and how he's going to develop, or I'm not sure if development is the right word here, regress into a different kind of character arc, right? Okay, so I mean, that's too late. Okay, so he agrees to the thing once he finds the most obvious of intentions, right? The easiest way to read someone is to, I guess for him, to know what they want in a business transaction. You want this, I want this, done. Right, which is why he covets his wealth so closely and avoids people, because he fears that this is going to happen when people are unhappy with him. Let me guess, you killed him, right? God. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so he had always wanted to improve the lifestyle that he came from, but according to what he said, there's always something else on the list. Right. Wow. Shit, man. Okay, no wonder. Okay. Right, yeah. Mm, okay. Right, and this kind of thought process gets ingrained in him so much that it transfers over him to his next life. Wow. Okay. What little remained? She's young, but I guess you didn't know that. Huh. That was a line from Morgana. Right. Whew, wow. This is... I don't even have words to say it. There's like layers of tragedy here. I guess I'll go with that. And if we never got his perspective on his story, we would just see him the same way, right? We were confused too. Like, what's his part in this? And then if like Morgana could see how tragic his development is, I don't know. Like, I don't feel that's a common thing, right? Throughout all the stories in the finale, that I don't feel like a hate for these characters or a major disapproval or like I'm not judging them. I legitimately just go like, wow, this is just painful to read. Because there's so many like misconnections all over the place. And like all it would take is just one small thing to kind of go in a different way, right? And all of it just fails. And like that in itself feels like a miracle. For all these bad things to happen, so all these characters completely misunderstand each other, feels more miraculous than one thing going the right way and finally they understand, oh shit, we're kind of similar, right? It's if you think of it that way, it's like, wow. Because even in this story, he's had multiple times to kind of go back, right? But here's a quick example, right? He usurps the previous lord, and he wants to get enough money for the city to flourish, and he wants to build the slums up. However, he doesn't have the funds to do so. He says so himself. He brings in a former friend, and the friend tries to kill him, right? If that didn't go that way, he would have helped the people in the slums, got a better reputation, wouldn't be so suspicious of others, would begin to trust people more. If he were to see Morgana, right, he would finally show her the world that he wanted to show. He would still be reconnected to who he was, but one small thing, right, this distrust in humanity that he feels for the world, the people feel for him. That reflection of his actions onto himself builds this circular logic that he can't break out from, to the point where he completely forgot where he came from. Right. And now I'm starting to see things very similarly to the swordsman. In fact, that's why the lines were made that way. It was this. What's similar to that? The swordsman, right? Good writing again. Like, I don't even have to say it. The words itself, without even stating the connection, makes it for you. Okay, so now this is the moment. Yet again, another chance for him to go back, right? When you see Morgana, I've always wanted to know this. Why didn't you stop? In fact, I even kind of anticipated this. that Morgana was going to be his wife, right, in the 3rd chapter. Ah, and this is meant to parallel um, the other scenario, right? Why do I need money? Here's the answer. Why am I distrustful of people? He didn't actually say that, but you know, here's the answer. But now you have this, and there's no answer, right? There, appropriate. And she recognizes him too. Wow. So yeah, so she knew what she was doing when she cursed him. Okay. Oh! She confuses her for the old lord. And we get confused, right? If it weren't for this line, we would think that they actually recognize each other. Huh. Okay. Honestly, either option would have worked, right? I recognize you, you betrayed me, I hate your guts, I hate you the most. Oh. That's the point. Sorry. Okay, so pretty much either option would have worked, and the reason why is because given enough time, the very thing that he didn't want to be, he became, right? He became the person that ended up abusing Morgana anyway. Alright. I mean, Maria said herself, right? There's no signs of life of the old slave. I really like this use of text. It feels like... Is it called catechism? There's something that you do in I think Catholicism? I'll type it in. A summary of the principles of Christian religion in the form of questions and answers used for the instruction of Christians. Yeah, that's it. Although in this way, I think it's more questions instead of questions and answers. So it's the reverse, right? Instead of having question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, it's kind of like statement, question, statement, question. This is getting a lot more disfigured. Okay, so now... Okay, so remember how I said that... I'll give you a very brief example. I think we're past that point. In fact, there's no more dialogue that goes on for that long, but... you know how in the brothel, right, when Morgana, Maria, Jacopo are speaking, and how their lines of dialogue are so distinct without having tags, right? Like she said, he said, Morgana said, Jacopo said, blah, 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 right? And you don't need that because you can tell based on how they speak, you know who's saying a line, right? We're now in this position right here where I ask you the same question. Who's the one speaking? Who is having that internal monologue? Logically, it would be a safe bet to say that it's actually Jacopo, the Lord, right? But are you 100% sure, right? For me, it feels like Michelle, and Minerva feels the exact same way. And so they have a cut here. Let's see. Before me floats a man, twisted and writhing in pain. Although whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question, right? This could be applied technically to Jacopo as well. It's so dark you can't see anyone anyway, and he is suffering, right? And it's so dark you can interpret this as it's really hard to tell if he's human. But also that kind of like is he human or not has been applied to Michelle a bunch of times. And so this haziness of the dark background makes it so that you don't know if you skipped narrators, right? And I think that's really well done because before the confusion, if you would call it that, I wouldn't. The confusion was who was saying a line because all of them are melding together because there's no tags, right? The confusion now is that after coming so far away from his roots, from the brothel, right? We can no longer distinguish voices because of the setup. But I think to read into this, that this is Michelle, makes a lot of sense. Because you think about the context of how we got here, right? Who's the observer who looks at all these stories? It's Michelle and us, obviously. But who is the person who feels empathy to the point where it's so literal that he feels exactly the pain that they went through? It's Michelle, right? Like when he saw Morgana's story, his body was being cut into pieces, just as she was, right? So it makes sense here. Did I do the same thing to him? Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So you see the confusion, right? Of how this passage messes with you. His story is essential. Whose story is essential? Previously, that line was from the Lord. No. Previously, that line was from Michelle. Your story is essential. I need to know your story in order to save Morgana's soul, your soul, his soul, my soul, everyone's soul, right? Okay, I am pretty certain this is Michelle as a narrator, though. But I just wanted to explain why it was set up that way, and I think it's pretty ingenious. Okay, so confirmed. They also were in the darkness. I'm going to assume also they saw the story, but who knows? But they didn't? Okay, so it was only us, Michelle, I'm going to assume obviously the Lord. Man, was it that bad? That he was so far away from his roots that he forgot completely his history. It was only until he saw the defining object that showed him that he cared about someone, that he remembered. And you know, that's been reflected in the story too, obviously. Through centuries, people forget their past. Best waifu from this VN. Everyone. That kind of sounds like a joke, but in a way, it's also a viable answer, given how characters are so intermixed with each other that they can overlap with each other's stories. So, everyone. Yeah, it's not really a visual novel that wants you to take ownership. That sounds so strange to phrase it that way, but it's a story that wants you to connect to absolutely everyone. That's the line from the mom. Okay. Wow. What? You're kidding me. So again, what I said, right? It feels like a, in quotes, miracle that so many things could go wrong to make it so that these characters could never see eye to eye. It's like the reverse of a romantic comedy in the sense that there are so many coincidences that happen to make it feel like fate that two people come to love each other, right? In this gothic horror story, instead, it's just so many things go wrong to make it so it's impossible for people to understand. It's fascinating. Yeah, and we see the whole picture now, and it's nothing. It's not. This is not a scary story anymore. It's just a story that hurts. And again, that's why I like this genre so much. You learn so much from it. Tomorrow's too late, yeah. My god, it's been so long, hasn't it? Like, his worldview is still so changed that he can't believe in anyone. Just like Morgana, right? To us, what is so obvious now, she can't see, because everything is just so messed up to her. Yeah. Uh-huh. I do. I have a bad feeling about this too. I'm really worried. We finally made it to this door. It's taken me more than, I think, more than 10 hours to get to this point. Are you talking to yourself? She is. We know how this works. That she's still watching. sorry that I'm very quiet on the commentary. It's because I think this scene speaks for itself, and it's kind of beautifully tragic. This is also really good writing here. Just very briefly before I continue, yours is a tragedy of circumstance, not of character. So he changes, because we know the full truth now, we can finally make that distinction, right? Whereas before, if you heard my analysis of each of their chapters, it was flaws of character. But now that we see the whole truth, circumstances brought them to this. It's very important to recognize that, because I wish I had a better memory. But in psychology, it's very common to have a strange double standard where you blame others for flaws of character, but when it comes to yourself, it's the circumstances that make you act that way. And in this situation here, Michelle reverses that. And so they can be given some type of relief from what they believe is their own fault. You see what's happening? So in a way, Michelle is now truly coming into the role of being an angel. The angel of judgment. I never had that interpretation before. That's actually really cool. So just as forcing a role onto someone can be stifling, and it can like stop someone's progress, right, into whatever truth they need to find, it can also bring up a person into a state they couldn't be in before, right? It can revitalize the spirit, which is what Michel said himself. Despite the atrocities, seeing other people suffer the same way he did brought him closer. And in doing so, they bring each other up. Oof. Well, that hurts. Okay, so I want you to not forget something. This is a door we opened in the mansion, and obviously, as it's revealed now, that's a reconstruction, right? But don't forget that there's more than one person watching this. I'm not talking about the stream, I'm talking about Morgana, right? And the thing that concerned me the most as I was reading through this final chapter was the fact that all of these characters opening up to Michel was not in the face of Morgana, right? And I thought that, hey, this is a past that we can fix and things will all go right. And obviously not the case. But the problem with that was their past, the ones they needed to tell Morgana, didn't happen. It happened in a very short period, but not the full picture, right? But if this is not the past and this is in the mansion, then Morgana should be watching. And in the final chapters, we do have small breakaways where we see Morgana speak to Michel for a little bit. I'm not talking about in the cottage. I'm talking about in the darkness, where blood is on the screen. And then that's the answer, right? That's the most important thing Morgana knows. Wow, what a section. Okay, let me try that one more time. Wow, what a section. Okay, let me get some water because I desperately need it right now. I'll be right back really fast. Okay, I'm back. Let's do this. The Sword of Michael? Okay. this is one interpretation that you can very well get from reading the text. But there's also another interpretation that you can make from her position in every single one of the main characters' lives. You know what that is? That if she is an extension of Morgana, then Morgana cared. Yeah, I know. Oh, that makes so much sense. God, I can't believe I didn't understand that. Okay, so you know how Morgana and Gazelle, in the scene in which Gazelle is trying to show the truth about Michelle's character, right? That there are qualities of him that are beautiful, that should be seen, in which Gazelle then hugs him after, right? Saving him from Morgana's story crushing him. And how he was like digging through the darkness to try to find light again, right? That scene, with him as the body in between the mind, which is Morgana, and the heart, which is Gazelle, we now have this scene to compare it to, where the body meets its opposite, which is the soul, right? Morgana, Gazelle, mind and heart, body and soul, now these two characters. That is absolutely beautiful imagery. And again, you can get so much out of this story by understanding its structure. It's I am taken aback about how well this is done. So that oh my god. That final segment there is the final cut, right? So again, I'll give you a brief idea. So first four stories cut there. Those first four stories can on their own be an entire story that if it sits and stands there, you can understand and it would work. The next set of stories you can cut right there, and then that can be a story for you to accept, for example, who the white-haired girl is. And you can cut right there and it'll still stand on its own. And now we're at this final part right here. And there's one last cut to make. And this is one that incorporates all the stories together. And now you know who the white-haired girl is because you have so much more context and you have an understanding of the entire picture, everyone's perspective. But the problem now is that cut, the sword of Michael, the one that makes judgment, right? It's not one that is just to make a bite-sized understanding of the story. It's one to sever you away from this one, right? To put a closing end to this everlasting cycle of tragedy. And that's made clear through her word choice, but also through the imagery of you departing from the thing that you're so close to, your opposite. If Michelle is the body, the white-haired girl is the soul. If Morgana is the mind, then Giselle is the heart, right? And so we have 4 parts now. And this story, I think you could actually evenly cut it into 4 parts too. First 4 stories, second set of stories, which includes the lie in it, up until when? Up until you learn, up until like the 8th chapter or something, right? And then the last set of stories that you can cut is everything all together, all at once, and you have that kind of idea. So it's complicated, but pretty much the story structure reinforces the themes, and you can bounce back from the themes into the story structure, and this way get a better perspective on what is being shown to you or taught to you as a reader. Trying to think if there's anything else to mention here, but I'm just taken aback by how well this was done. Are you telling me that you just stood there and watched? Right, so we're coming back, and now she's learned the truth about her story. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Because Morgana subjected him to seeing a scene in which Giselle hated him. So, sympathize isn't actually the right word here, but he uses the same word he once used with Morgana. Hey, Lord. Right, which makes sense, Mook, if she is meant to represent the soul. Something that's transient in this story. if you're wondering why this happens, it's because the soul is the reflection of the torment they had in their life, right? Not even gonna explain this one. I think you guys understand. Such a good transitionary image. Really sets the tone for what we're about to do. In movies, in case you're unaware, sometimes they have a very quick flash of an image before two scenes connect to each other, and that image is meant to preface the coming sequence you're about to witness. It also fits because it's like a walking montage, right? Going to this place that we've been in for centuries. Wow, this is a reversal. Because when we first learned about Morgana's story, I think in the 7th chapter, I agreed and felt that her revenge was justified. But now that we look at the bigger picture, and their suffering has gone on for centuries, right? The punishment outweighs the crime. And she understands that. And so what was justified before no longer feels that it is the case. And so she feels that she needs a retribution as well. Okay, and then language used to soften her statement. So he accepts his guilt and says it's a flaw of character, despite previously in the world we just saw in the 8th chapter, Michelle forgave him as an issue of circumstance, not flaws of character. So the finale for his character arc, right? No longer running away from it, accepting it for what it is. So he remembers. So the world that didn't truly change the past still influenced this timeless setting they're in, which is why I was circling his statement when he recognized Michelle. Okay, Morgana. You know, I really like this character. Although I can say that about every single character in this freaking visual novel. Oh, okay, buddy. Morgana, ow, wow, you still have poison in your words. Was that really necessary? Thank you, I appreciate that. I never thought of that before. My god. I am still learning new things reading this visual novel. Freaking amazing. They did an error there. His name should have changed. Yeah, and his name not having a name made a lot of sense in the final chapter, but by bestowing him back his name is like showing forgiveness. And so that was something I think is just, I'm almost certain the author would have recognized that. That feels like just something that was messed up in the localization. You know, this music sequence is so perfectly timed, it's freaking blowing my mind. It's just long enough to cut every single section. Okay, Morgana, stop making me spooked, okay? I was really worried about this for a while, too. I need to double check something really fast. Okay. There's very clearly another person. Wait, you didn't know? Okay, sorry. Morgana. Wow. Okay. Scribble. Okay, use your justified judgment. uh. It did get bizarre, I agree. Strange change in tone. Oh. What? Morgana. That's not a voodoo. Oh my god, you freaking. Everyone wants to tease Michelle, man. Leave him alone. Morgana, oh my god. Oh, you're smiling, although I'm not sure that's exactly the smile that Jacopo wanted to see. Yeah, exactly. You don't. Freaking Georges. Yeah, I'm kidding. I mean, if you imagine this scene in like a play or a movie, it is kind of weird that he's so chatty, given like the direction of how things are headed. You know. I was wondering about him. Yeah. I didn't know that. she did ask a question to Michelle, and I feel like this scene answered that question. Exactly. I didn't have to say that. This is the definite resolution to the visual novel, right? At like the 99.9% point.
Algum dia você me deu a laranja algum dia você me deu algum dia você me deu a laranja algum dia você me deu luz, dança alguns dias você estendeu mão por mim.
Freaking Morgana.
Você me deu algum dia você me deu a laranja algum dia você me deu luz, dança volátil.
Wait. What? Is this the modern day? I would. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right then. Yukimasa. I understand. What? Uh, I do not. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's I just realized that blonde hair woman's most likely Maria, right? And obviously this is Pauline. Jacopo? Yeah, that's definitely Maria. That I cannot ignore the way she speaks. An article about the human voice? Ah, interesting. Okay, so most likely this is Jacopo. Good thing we can recognize their speech style, and this way we can like dissect who it is, right? Also, their interests. This person remembers. Okay, all right. I think that might be Morgana. We'll see. Oh, and sound. Okay, good self.
Nem só chegar a estar casado, luz, você rodeando
100%. That is her. Okay. This line reminds me.
que não gostei. Mas você é meu sol mais brilhante. Depois, blooming at lover. Não faço medo nada. helst spelar. Så bara você quando o tempo passar, fundos neblinar. Sinto parecer como eterna. Sei qual figura transformaria. Vou achar. Estou contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, já, acho que você mostra-me toda gelada. Palavras fez-me ficar para trás. Não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua ferida no coração quando eu estou contando a voz você falou. Pouco conversação, toda desafinada. Eu não gostei de você. Olha, olha, acho
Wow. That was beautiful. Um,
Cena posso tocar seu coração, mas eu posso tocar seu corpo. Sua mão não gelada, sua
sorry, just give me a
pena
moment.
me queima. Qual lesão, qual esperança você esconde? Eu só tenho amor que lá fica ao lado de você desde momento me dá uma plaça.
Okay, so I wanted to say thank you everyone for tuning in for this stream. It's been quite a journey, and I'm honestly so thankful that I got to share it with everyone. Um, I don't think there's much to say other than I'm really happy that I got to read this work. It felt like it was the perfect story that I wanted to share with others, you know? And I'm glad that so many people have been so open-minded with my commentary and really receptive to the story. I'm glad that I finally got to understand why people appreciated the house in Fata Morgana so much. And now I'm amongst them, right? I love this story. It was absolutely wonderful. And if my thoughts and analysis have helped you come to appreciate the story as well, I hope you end up following us here on FinestKO. I'll just put that in the chat for your convenience here. Wow, I'm still I'm still at a loss for words because of how beautiful that ending was. Okay, I'm thinking I'm gonna wrap the stream. I was honestly thinking that maybe I might continue more tonight, but I realized that that was such a perfect ending that I don't wanna move forward. I wanna leave on a very positive note. So anyway, I'll just announce this. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. I'm Koopa. The other streamer on this channel is Scott. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. PST. I should be available tomorrow to stream as well. I will be playing probably a gameplay heavy, I don't know, game. And I will be putting into our Discord in the subscribers vote section the next visual novel that I plan to stream. So if you are interested in seeing more of this type of commentary and more of these streams, I do hope you vote. There'll be quite a few options, and after people decide, I will move on to the next VN, and I hope to see you guys there. All right, take it easy, guys, and I'm glad that you joined me for this story.